Okay, it's time to get started. I'll call this special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Here. Harris. Here. Chapman. Here. Gill.
Here.
Hampton. Here. Uyghur. Here. Johnson. Here. Warren.
And a quorum is established. New business number 1, consider rejecting the bid received for management and operation of Schoolhouse Slough at Lake Latonka as the city, under its management authority, intends to solicit requests for proposals specific to the operation and management of the convenience store to include fuel pumps. Who's speaking?
I can do this one, Mayor.
Okay.
So Mayor, trustees and chairman, so this item, originally, the city council authorized RFPs for the operation of the Schoolhouse Slough area. Shortly after Schoolhouse Slough Inc., the contract with them expired at the end of 2022. So the city did go out for RFPs for the management of the entire facility. We did get one RFP back. The city council referred the RFP to the water authority since the previous lease with Schoolhouse Slough Inc. was done by the water authority. And so that's why this matter is on your agenda today. I would point out to the board members that the city council has an item to request going out for RFP for the operation, like the title says, of the convenience store and just the fuel pumps. And so it looks like we've had a change of direction here. And so because of that, we're requesting that the board reject this bid so we can go out to RFP on a different scope.
Council, do you have questions or a motion?
Mayor and council, I'd make a motion to reject the bid received for management and operation of Schoolhouse Slough at Lake Latonka.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. I need one more vote. Okay, motion carries 8-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment? Have a motion for adjournment. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And do I have a second? Please call the roll.
Chapman. Yes. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur. Yes. Johnson. Yes. Warren. Hankins. Yes. Harris.
Yes.
John, are we ready to roll right into it? Okay, at this time, I will call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Bob Uyghur and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Let's pray. Our Father, we come to you with thanksgiving today. As we're in the season of giving thanks, we have much to be thankful for. We thank you for the wisdom that you give to those who call upon your name. So once again, Lord, we ask that you meet with us, guide us, and direct us as we make the decisions for the best interest of our community. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right, thank you. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren.
Okay, and a quorum is established. And we'll start off here with proclamations. The first will be the Citizen of the Month, the Sweet Temptations Car Club. Would you guys come forward? These guys are all over town. They're always helping people raise money. They seem like they do everything for everybody but themselves. And I've probably been knowing them all about a decade, right? And they're an amazing group of people. And so I actually put the name in the Citizen of the Month. I hope you guys city of Lawton takes great pride in celebrating its outstanding citizens whose selfless contributions have significantly enriched our community. Whereas Richard Small and the entire Sweet Temptations Car Club have demonstrated unparalleled dedication to community service, earning them the esteemed title of Citizens of the Month. Whereas Sweet Temptations Car Club, under the guidance of Rich Small, has become a beacon of altruism, organizing 3 to 4 major car shows lasting 2 to 3 days and 4 to 6 minor car shows lasting 1 day annually, with all the proceeds benefiting local charities and organizations. Whereas their mission is to invest into the community and to do for others what they can't do for themselves. They oversee every aspect of the car shows, yet give the proceeds of these shows to a variety of organizations. The collective efforts of Sweet Temptations Car Club have resulted in an annual reinvestment of approximately $64,000 into our community, showcasing their commitment to fostering positive change. Therefore, wait a minute, Sweet Temptations and Rich Small are catalysts for positive change within the city of Lawton. Almost missed an important line there, Rick. I do declare Sweet Temptations Car Club the Citizens of the Month for the month of November, and ask you all to help me appreciate them for all they do. How many people you got in your club? Because I know this isn't all of them. 45.
Okay. Well, they called me the voice, so they said real short. Okay, I guess I can get rid of this. I want to thank Mayor Booker and Lawton for giving us this. It's something that we worked hard for. We turn around and do all the major car shows here in Lawton, or 90% of them at least, and we give all the money back to all the charities because we just love to do community stuff. It takes time. We have guys that have appointments. We have guys that are sick. It doesn't matter. We show up. We do what we have to, and we make the shows go. I want to thank just a couple. Miss Linda Mass, Triton Treads. Kathy Timberlake, Terry Cure. E-Bots, Events by Our Teams, Big Drive, and the Cops and Kids of Lawton, Oklahoma Picnic. We like to say thank you to Sergeant Dimmitz and his crew and the Lawton Police Department. I don't think they're here, but they do a great job and they help us out. I really just want to say, oh, is he back there? Oh, one of them is back there. Oh, they're back there. I can't say anything, I'm going to get arrested. Okay, so again, I want to thank you very much for giving us this, and thank you from all of us at Sweet Temptations.
Sure. Hi, I'm Christina Woodson. I'm the current chair of the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women. We put together, we get nominations from citizens like you and from our mayor, and we put those together, and then we get to honor them. But I stand up here every month and I say, please go to the City of Lawton website, fill out a nomination. We would love to honor those hidden heroes that are out there, because truly it is our citizens, our volunteers, that make our community great. So thank you, and I hope you'll go nominate somebody.
Right. Thank you. Let's give Christina a round of applause. Is Adonis Butler here? Adonis, come on up here. Let me tell you something. We've got a special recognition, a mayoral citation for Adonis. Let me tell you what Adonis has done. Hold on a minute, I have to get my glasses. This mayoral citation is presented to Adonis Butler for his exceptional achievements in the field of STEM. On behalf of the citizens of the city of Lawton, I, Mayor Stan Booker, am pleased to confer upon you this mayoral citation. Your remarkable accomplishments of ranking in the top 3% in the Gifted and Talented program, your dedicated participation in the Abundant Life Church STEM program, and your prestigious nomination for the National Youth Leadership Forum, Pathways to STEM, have brought immense pride to our community. You are truly some kind of wonderful. Let's give him a round of applause. Now, Adonis, you got to travel somewhere because of your STEM award, didn't you? Where'd you get to go to?
I'm going to, next summer, I'm going to Dallas, Texas to go to Pathway System for a week, I think.
All right. So it's a week camp, and you won that honor. We're so excited. And here's a Mayor Challenge coin. Let me give that to you. Let's give Adonis another round of applause. God bless you, brother. I'm proud of you. Now we have presentation by the city. Okay, now we have presentation by the chamber. Report on Holiday in the Park. John Michael.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having me out here once again. I'm super excited to present to you guys the annual report here on Holiday in the Park. So just kind of for some back history here, if you will, the Lawton Fort Sill Chamber contracts with the separate entity, the Holiday in the Park itself, to actually kind of manage a lot of the day-to-day operations of doing Holiday in the Park. Certainly, Holiday in the Park maintains a board for oversight reasons and all those things, but ultimately, it's kind of a partnership that we've created in the last several years to basically make sure that this show happens every year. As you guys know, there's a lot of community investment, both with sponsorship dollars as well as with volunteers. And so just to kind of get into that, oh, yeah, we have that, perfect. So our community investment, this is just kind of a list of a lot of the sponsors that have come out for this year, as we'll get into here in a little bit. You know, these sponsors have really made huge financial contributions into adding new displays for this current year, as well as some additional investments that we'll need, you know, just for infrastructure reasons and that sort of thing as we go forward. But the community investment and support just financially has been tremendous. And I think I'd also be remiss to not add in that the number of volunteers from a variety of groups that have helped put this together this year, and we're still working on it, certainly. We've got some touch-up work to do this week, but you know, there's a huge amount of volunteer support. We've had guys from Fort Sill. We've had Lawton Soccer Club comes to mind. We've had Cameron University students and a number of others that have come out. The Marine Corps helped out as well. We've had a number of volunteers this year. I want to say at least several hundred just this year and the past couple of weekends that have helped kind of put some things together for us. So it's a huge undertaking, certainly, as we go forward. And I think, you know, probably I have to add as well, it's been incredible working with the Parks and Rec Department specifically this year. Those guys have done tremendous work and making sure these displays are actually getting up. I've had a lot of fun, quite frankly, personally, working with them. It's not an office job, so it's really cool. So, but it's been a lot of fun this year. So that's our community support. As you guys may know, there was a 5-year strategic plan, and I've kind of brought this up. You know, you'll notice a lot of these items we've either done them, we've tried them. Some of them, there's a few things that we haven't quite gotten down to. You know, when you talk about expansions and that sort of thing. But a lot of these things, even through 2024 and 25, we've actually hit on in some variety. And so I think something I want to touch on here is what you'll see is we will probably need to revisit this strategic plan as we go forward as to what's going to work as we go forward with this project, and you know, and frankly, getting rid of the things that don't work for us. And so, if you look at 2023, we have the horse-drawn carriages. We had anticipated trying to get a train, and actually, I'm still waiting to receive said train. So, there's some projection around possibly this Saturday we may get it. We'll have to see, but we're trying to bring back the hay rides in particular this year. And so there's been some other attractions like the Ferris wheel that we attempted. You know, you see in 2023 we were projected to try to do 3 weeks. We attempted to do it full season last year and just kind of made a decision that that wasn't going to work. And so we do not have the Ferris wheel for this year, but certainly we'll revisit that as we go forward. So, like I said, I just wanted to bring this to attention. And I think that we're really getting close to that point where we need to revisit what the strategic plan is for Holiday in the Park as we go forward. As I said, you know, some of the accomplishments just for this year, we have at least 50 plus sponsors. You'll notice 26 new displays. That number is actually quite a bit down from last year when you compare new displays, and part of that is because there's a couple of them that are substantially more expensive than previous displays. Some of the standard flat kind of displays that you see throughout the park, they're running around $5,000 to $8,000 a piece. Some of the moves that we've been trying to make this year, and hopefully we'll be receiving today or tomorrow, 2 very large displays that are much more expensive to actually acquire, and they take a lot more lead time than you would probably ordinarily see for some of the other flat displays. A lot of the new displays, particularly in the around the world theme that we have this year, they came from a vendor out of Chickasha. Some of these larger displays that we're looking at of a 3-dimensional nature that I'll talk about hopefully in a bit, they actually have to come from overseas. And so we're trying to expand and grow in that capacity, and there's that aspect of why you don't see as many new displays per se in total sum. It's because the value has gone up on some of the other ones. As I said earlier, we've had a couple hundred plus volunteers. We also have several hundred volunteers who've signed up for the donation house and the ice rink as well. And so we have about 180,000 plus in community donations, and we're chalking 93,000 up to you guys here as by way of LEDA contributed 93,000. The 180,000 includes 80,000 from the McMahon Foundation, and then we've hit a target of about 100,000 in private sponsorship dollars outside of that. So this year, obviously, we've got the winter skating rink that's come back again. We've got that thing, got that bad boy up and running. We're still doing some touch up on that, but that'll be functional. Of course, we brought back the tunnel of lights. I cannot stress how much work actually goes into doing this because of the way we do it. I would argue, I am hopeful as we go forward that maybe we can perhaps move to a system of net lighting instead, so that the labor cost associated with doing this, quite frankly, it took basically every weekend in October for us to put this tunnel of light together. And then, of course, we have the petting zoo coming back as well. We'll have some enhanced security around that to make sure that, you know, we don't have any problems with people trying to steal animals and that sort of thing. So we're working on security. We're working on our interactive orbs with the tablet. And, of course, we expect the RGB trees will be back. The stepping stones, we've got that over by the tunnel of light as well. It goes into one of the entries into the tunnel of light. And so super excited. This is the 3D stuff that I'm talking about. So these 2 displays were purchased. They should be on their way and all that. The one on the left is kind of a 3-dimensional present box, as we've dubbed it. Price tag on that is $8,000. And then the exciting one is on the right, actually. The boot and cowboy hat combination here that we've got. This is, you can't really tell it, but that's a 10-foot tall display from my understanding. And it's from my understanding, is actually the only one coming into the country this year. And so we saw that kind of as a big statement piece. We felt like it played to our Oklahoma roots, if you will, and we think it'll be a tremendous add to the park, and, you know, creates a new photogenic opportunity for people, for families to have, you know, capture those moments with their families and all. So super excited about that. And again, we're expecting those to arrive either today or tomorrow. Last we checked, they're in Dallas. So hopefully we'll get here and shouldn't be too hard they shouldn't be difficult to assemble. And so looking forward to those rolling in here. So I believe that is everything we've got. Like I said, certainly anticipate revisiting that strategic plan, and we're looking kind of more for like those last 2 displays, if you will, as we go forward. But again, I can't, you know, it's been a lot of fun this year. It's been a learning experience for me, certainly. You know, plan early and plan often is probably the best way to do this, I think. So certainly we will be looking to hit the ground running with this project, actually, frankly, as soon as January and February. And so we'll certainly look forward to working on it next year as well. I'll yield for questions, Mr. Mayor. 38,000. We're looking at Patriot Pavilion, I believe, is what we're looking at.
John Michael, speaking of petting zoos, what have we done to minimize the effect of the other citizens of the park as far as electrical wiring?
Yeah, you know, I can say that those citizens, you know, we don't have control or purview over them in the park. I believe that we've looked at some deterrent methods like placing hay over electrical wire and that sort of thing. You also see a lot of displays are elevated about a foot off the ground, conveniently, if you will, to try to minimize the impact that they have. I can say that there's been several displays that have already been damaged this year. We have a group that we work with that we've actually been able to send those displays off, and some of them already come back, and I think we've had to send off a couple in the last day or two, but certainly we're doing everything we can to minimize it and certainly support everything that the city does to do to responsibly manage that.
Okay, that's it, looks like. Thank you very much.
Actually, one last comment, if you will. I apologize. On the ice skating rink, you guys, some of you may have seen the social media. On Tuesday evenings, kids who are 10 and under, we're opening that up for free ice skating for kids who are 10 and under. So every Tuesday, beginning next week, we'll have that out there. I think it's going to be. I think that's a phenomenal ad for our community. Quite frankly, I think there's a lot of people that, you know, need that opportunity to be able to enjoy the park, and I think that's a huge value add for a lot of folks, and so we will be doing that too. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you for coming. Now we move on to reports by the mayor and city council, and I think we've got good weather for the Christmas parade, right? So that's going to be a lot of fun. Today we had our Lawton Metropolitan Planning Organization meeting at the airport and took a virtual tour of the airport and all the work that's going on out there. I want to tell you something. The airport and what's happening, we can really be proud of that as a community. And I asked them to post that online, and after I left, I thought we probably ought to get them to the council meeting, maybe the next council meeting if they can make it, to do a little presentation about what all's going on out the airport, just to let everybody know. Thanksgiving's coming up. And of all the challenges that we all have in our life and all the challenges that we have in our city, we have so much to be thankful for. Out at the airport, we saw them loading equipment. We didn't see any soldiers being sent off today, but I was out there to send some off 2 weeks ago, and they've been sending more off, and it's such that the world is a volatile place, and Fort Sill is going to be more and more involved in that, and our airport's going to be more involved in that. We can be proud that we're a military community and that we get to be a part of supporting the soldiers that defend our freedoms and keep the world more stable, as volatile as it is. And so I'm proud of that. I'm proud to be a part of the Lawton Fort Sill community. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Colonel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to first appreciate the opportunity to come out and speak last Friday at the breakfast for Veterans Day. Wonderful time seeing you and the rest of the team. And also want to second a little bit of your comment right now. It doesn't go unnoticed to our community as well, with 70% of the Fort Sill assigned soldiers living here amongst the community. We're very appreciative of that, not just what happens here in the council meetings, but through all the support that's given, emergency services, some of the social service programs, schools, etc. So truly appreciate all the wonderful relationship we have and how much we enjoy living here as well. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Colonel. Mr. Warren. Ms. Johnson.
Just wanted to remind everyone, although holidays are good days for some of us, it's not for everyone. If you know anyone that may need some extra help, there's a suicide hotline, 988. and just refer and kind of encourage those that you know that may be struggling throughout the holidays.
All right, thank you, Mr. Uyghur. Okay, Mr. Hampton?
Yes, just very quickly, farmer's market, make it there if you can. And the second thing is I had an opportunity to attend the Counter Unmanned Aircraft Systems Conference that they had at the Vista. And I have to tell you, I was very impressed by hearing generals speak about their relationship with Lawton and the new things that are coming up with our relationship with Fort Sill, and was very proud that we and our city are forming an allegiance with Fort Sill and the stuff that's going on there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Okay, Ms. Chapman. Mr. Harris.
I want to say thanks to our police and fire department and neighborhood services. Jonathan, are you? Last week, we came upon a house in my ward that was absolutely inundated with people that had been in and broken in and done tremendous damage. And through the fire marshal and the police department, we were able to run some people out there. Actually, it started a fire while I was there, and we got it boarded up within a day and secured. And I really appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much.
Ms. Hankins.
The one time I would have liked to have been first, since I had a good segue, since the mayor was talking about soldiers so much. I had an opportunity to go to Tulsa to the Soldiers' Wish Gala. They raise money for soldiers that need help, and they raised over $100,000. We're not sure how much, but I was presented with a check to bring back to Fort Sill USO for $3,000. So I'm sure that money will change hands pretty good. And it was just a really exciting evening, what they did for several soldiers. One single dad, they gave him a car and money for Christmas for his kids. And it was a great event. And I think there will be one starting Soldiers' Wish in Wichita Falls and possibly here. So it's a good organization.
All right, thank you. I'll be sure and call the mayor and say thank you. Okay, with that, we move to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. We have a request to speak by Nolan Berry, 1116 Southwest C Avenue. Nolan?
How about now? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor, Council. My name is Nolan Berry. I have the distinct honor of representing the Lawton firefighters. Every single day, these firefighters deliver excellent service to the citizens of Lawton. They're good stewards of city resources and give back to the community in a multitude of ways. However, there are growing concerns amongst the firefighters in Lawton. Concerns that we are not being heard by city officials when we make pleas about our great department. Concerns that we're an afterthought when decisions about city resources are being made. And our greatest concern that these issues will ultimately affect the quality of the service that we're able to provide the great citizens of Lawton. The citizens of Lawton currently have a great fire department. For years, this department has been held together by the unwavering loyalty of its firefighters, despite financial limitations. Even with the availability of higher paying positions at other fire departments, many individuals have chosen to remain at our department. But how long can this be expected to last? Other fire departments in this state have expressed their eagerness to recruit Lawton firefighters. We come fully trained. We come with a ton of real-world experience. In the coming days and weeks, the Lawton Firefighters Association will be presenting you all with specific ideas to further strengthen this fire department. We hope to help build on the momentum the department now has, but also address looming challenges. We'll start this process with a letter that we hope will be useful for constructive discussions with our association and for the budgetary and policy decisions you will be required to make in the months and years to come. We hope that this letter is received and taken for what it is, an attempt at an open and honest discussion between our two groups without the divisive narrative that can be spun from only hearing one side of each situation. Like all of you, we want what's best for the citizens of Lawton. To that end, we are committed to providing the best, most cost-effective service possible, while at the same time balancing the needs of firefighters' families with those of the great citizens that we serve. I ask you all to please watch for this letter to be coming soon, and we look forward to the coming dialogue between our two associations. Thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you, Nolan. Thank you for coming. Yes, ma'am, if you
Hi.
please give us your name and address.
Yeah, Lauren Atkinson, 909 Northwest Dearborn. I do not speak on behalf of the fire department, but I speak on behalf of the families. I am most of the families, I don't know about all of them, but I'm the daughter of a retired firefighter and the wife of a current firefighter. And I've got a few points that I'd like to bring up. Number one is anyone here aware of the ongoing lawsuits that are popping up all around about the chemicals that are in their bunker gear? No? I know, Mr. Burke, you probably are, right? Yeah. So there are two companies that make their bunker gear, and they're carcinogens. They're carcinogens, and they've been making, these are the only two companies that make their bunker gear, and they've been making them with carcinogens, known carcinogens since the 60s and 70s. And the response from the city has been to limit your exposure because there are no alternatives, right? Limit your exposure. And your inaction to pay a competitive wage, it extends their exposure to these carcinogens, right? So that's first and foremost. And the other chemicals that they face when they go into these burning houses, these older homes. The home you're talking about that probably, if it's an abandoned home, probably has terrible chemicals in it, probably hasn't been updated, and I don't know how long. So that's my first point. My second point is, Mr. Ratliff, you talked to me last time when I spoke about the executive level raises, about using the correct data, which I compared Mr. Ratliff's salary to the governor's salary, and I clarified with you that I was kind of using the shock and awe because Mr. Ratliff explained to me that correct data would be to compare him to other city managers, right? And so I assure you, I did very well in quantifiable research in my graduate program, and so I'm aware, how to do research. But my point is, you're using the same data to deny firefighters raises for years. You've been using the same data points to deny them raises that you used to approve the executive level raises and the rest of the city raises. So for your executive levels, these cities are the same. You compare these cities as if they're the same. The city managers are the same. But for the firefighters, these cities are all of a sudden different. How does that work? The second thing is...
10 more seconds, ma'am.
Okay, well...
No, we don't trade time.
It's not in your bylaws that we can't do that. I've checked. You're more than welcome to look it up. We can waste time doing that.
Okay, we're not gonna.
It's not in your bylaws.
You can speak for 3 minutes, and she can speak for 3 minutes.
She can give me her time. It's not in your bylaws. If
It's
you'd like
not
to
in the
pull up-
bylaws that she can.
It doesn't work that way. We're the reason
I'm gonna
you're
ask you
here.
to cease and desist. We want to do this, but you cannot, the deal says 3 minutes per person.
It says, please limit public comments. I looked through the bylaws before I came
Okay.
here. It doesn't say that someone can't,
Each person speaking should have the maximum of 3 minutes to state their business.
and it doesn't say they can't defer their time to me.
Okay, it doesn't say they can. This is, we're going to have to end it. I'm sorry, ma'am. You have your 3 minutes. Ma'am, we'd like to invite you to come up and speak.
Yeah, I'll tell you what to say.
Thank you.
Here, Tenny, I'll say it loud enough.
And we'll need your name and address, ma'am.
It's Hortensia Hall, 735 Southwest Zoe Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the mayor admitted taxes were higher than other cities?
So she's asking that we identify the differences. Fort Sill is paying fair price for lot and utilities.
Yeah, we want to make
and
sure that
water.
Fort Sill is paying a fair price for their utilities, and this is where it was going to get constructive. I know you don't want to hear what I have to say, but I promise it will get constructive. Fort Sill has been paying the same.
Okay. We don't want perks, want to raise that,
We want the raise that is owed.
that it's owed. Yeah, that's,
Have the police take me out. If that is what. It doesn't say in your bylaws, in the laws, that they have to take me out. Dad, no. You're trying to take me out.
we're tired of the back,
It's fine, Cindy. It's fine.
so I'm speaking for my husband. It is a lot. And these guys, if the hay catches on fire from putting it on the electric fence that they wanted to do, they're there. If there's a mental health crisis, they're the first ones there. If at the boarded up house, they're the first ones there. It's tough. We have little ones, they miss Chris, and it's part of the job, we get that. But having to work 48, 78 hours because we're short, it takes away. It's stress on them, it's stress on the family, it's fatigue, there's a lot. And so they're very, they deserve what the other cities get. I know that their calls are crazy, their ISO, like we have the highest rating, which I mean, if that goes down, insurance goes up, they deserve, I'm sorry, I wasn't really prepared, but I can only speak from like what we're going through. These guys are everyone's heroes. They're the first one there. They're the first one there, and they do good for the community. They help the community day in and day out. And so they deserve competitive. That's it. They do everything for everyone, and they're the first there anytime a call is called. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming. Okay, the rules do state that only 9 minutes per subject. So is there anybody that would like to come and speak about an item other than fire pay? Seeing none, I will close audience participation. Mr. Warren, I think you had an announcement you wanted to make.
I just wanted to take a minute, and I forgot during, when I was supposed to do it. I just wanted to welcome R4. They have landed in Lawton, and they are starting to move forward, and we expect great things.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. The following items are to be considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, we're going to be pulling item number 11 to talk about. Are there any other items that you would like to pull or strike? Seeing none, can we have a motion?
Mayor, Council, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of pulling item number 9.
We have a motion and a second.
He said 9. He said item 9.
Did you say 9, Randy?
I didn't mean to, but yeah, Item number 11.
Item number 11, thank you for catching that, Tim. Okay, so we have a motion, I'm going to repeat it. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of pulling item 11. Is that your second?
It is.
Please call the roll, or please vote. Okay, council, if you're using your tablets, I'm going to ask you to back all the way out and reopen your app to get the numbers right. And we'll do that before we proceed so you all know what item 11 is. Item number 11 should read about Ellsworth Construction. No. Well, the problem is, we don't know, pardon?
What was the other one that's either added or missing?
We're just going to take a few minutes here, get new copies of the agenda printed so that everybody's on the same page. And this will be the same thing that you see if you're accessing the agenda through the city's website. So we're just going to recess a minute. We'll start as soon as the clerk gets back. In the meantime, y'all can be familiarizing yourself with that consent agenda and item number 11. That way you'll know what you're voting on. Okay, so we're back in, and what we're going to do is we're going to start over. And we've got a motion on this 7 vote. Let's just get rid of it and start over because there was confusion about what item number 11 is. Now, the motion was to approve the consent order with the exception of pulling item number 11 by Mr. Warren. The second was by Mr. Gill. Does everybody understand what they're voting on? Please vote. Motion, the consent order carries 8-0. Bringing up item number 11. Consider award of construction contract to Ellsworth Construction OKC LLC DBA ATEC Paving for the citywide pavement rehabilitation project, city project number PW 2301, Joe Painter.
Mayor and Council, we opened bids for the mill and overlay project, the initial 10 Winds projects, and the low bidder was Ellsworth. We had really good bids. We had 3 bids that were underneath the engineer's estimate, 1 bid over, which is just about perfect. That's how you want them to fall. But Ellsworth was the low bidder. And so the contract before you right now is for Ellsworth And as soon as we get it executed, we'll be calling them tomorrow to get them started.
All right. Chris, you want to say something?
Well, I think Joe covered it all pretty good. We did have, like Joe mentioned, we had good bids, pretty much right on target. As the name implies, on target, on time. So we have a good, strong starting
And
point
that's
for this program.
10 wins for the citizens, on target and on time. And the problem is you're ahead of schedule. So you're not on time, but you're ahead of schedule. So we're going to take it.
We strive to
Now,
exceed
do you have anything
expectations.
to say before
I certainly do. I won't let an opportunity to pass because I'm pretty proud of this. This is one of the mayor's great projects that he started. And I think the citizens will see this early on because hopefully this contract will be awarded and they will start to work within the next few days. So across town in the next month or so, you'll start seeing some new road finishes and make travel to work and to the golf course and to all those necessary places a little bit smoother, a little bit better. And as this goes on, by the first of the year, we'll have 40 new streets for mill and overlay across the city of Lawton, from the east to the west and the north to the south. And so about June or July of next year, which isn't that far off, we'll see a great improvement. So I'm proud of this project, and it's something I highly recommend we approve and continue on. Thank you.
So I would just like to point out something before we get a motion and vote on this. You guys have worked together to defy typical municipal timetables. What'd this start? 40 days ago or less?
I think a little less than that, yeah.
About 40 days ago, we started this new project, a proven ODOT road improvement plan. And in 40 days, we are bringing the first 10 projects to award. We've already bid it. We've done everything. It's already been bid. And by the way, in the process, we reached out and got more bids, and probably EST probably paid for themselves by bringing in those extra people. That's the way I look at it anyway. So I'm very proud of all the coordination that had to come together to make this happen. Took the city, took EST, took the streets committee, and everything has come together. Cliff's over here, he's not getting any recognition. He's been a big part of that to make this come together. And now you guys are going to be ahead of schedule on the next 30. And the problem is you're ahead of me on lining up the money. But we're going to get it done. And so now if we can get a motion for approval.
I'll make the motion to approve this.
Got a motion for approval, and I have a second. Discussion or debate? Yes, sir.
Does the striping, is that included in the contract, or is that something the city needs to do after the fact?
Joe Painter. Chris. Is striping included if it's a non-residential road?
We do have a striping pay item. I'm not exactly sure which segments, but if they have, we've identified segments that have striping, we will be replacing the striping, if that adequately answers the question.
Does that answer for you? Okay. Please vote.
Answers for me.
And the motion carries 8-0. We're on the way, man. Thank you, guys. Bringing up business item number 12. Hold a public hearing to consider approving an ordinance for a change of zoning from R3 multifamily dwelling district and R2 two-family dwelling district to C5 general commercial district zoning classification for the property located at 58 Northwest Sheridan Road, Lawton, Oklahoma 73505. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This is a public hearing for a change of zoning request. This is located just west of Sheridan, north of Gore. This is the Sheridan Strip Center. This is lots 2 through 5 of Tomlinson Addition Part 3. The current zoning for this is R3 and R2. It's outlined there in the black, darker outline. The proposed zoning for this is going to be C5. The current land use plan has this as commercial already. The surrounding zonings to the north is R2, to the east is C5, to the south is C5, and to the west is R2. The proposed use for this is to continue the strip center just like to the east. As you can see in the aerial shot, there is a strip center just east of this property, and the intention is to make it look and feel like all one strip center. The intended use is retail shops. There will be several shops available. This was sent out to everyone within 300 feet, which was 19 property owners on September 21st, and posted in the Lawton Constitution on October 27th. There was no phone calls against this. We did receive a phone call for this. Happy to see that the potential for an ice cream shop was going to go there. Chad Rogers, the property owner, is here if you have any questions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Council, do you have any questions? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Chad?
We'd just like to thank you for your consideration. We'd also like to thank Cameron and Tyler and Charlotte for all of the guidance that they've given us. They've given us sound advice once again and made this a painless process to get us this far.
All right. Great. That's good to hear. That sounds real true north, by the way, John. All right. Thank you, Chad. Does anybody have any questions for Chad? Okay.
I was just gonna, did y'all say ice cream?
We hope so.
Because
We hope so.
That's gonna be like right next to my dentist, so that works out well.
We try and provide all the services needed. One thing we can promise, it'll be wholesome and family oriented, whatever we do.
I was just going to mention that this was taken before the Planning Commission and approved as designated on that plan. So that's just an important note.
Do we have questions or a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we accept this change in zoning.
Waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only.
And waive the reading of the...
And we do have a second. And please read the title.
An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from the R2 family dwelling district and R3 multiple family dwelling district to C5 general commercial district zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in section 1 hereof, approving the site plan attached as Exhibit A, and authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Thank you, Chad. Item number 13, hold a public hearing and consider approving an ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning by amending sections 18.81805, Division 18.8.1, Article 18.8, Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to amounts of space required by designating the required number of parking spaces required for stadiums, sports fields, and arenas, provided for severability, allowing for floor amendments, and establishing an effective date. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This is an item that was brought to you in accordance with the True North Statement being open for business. We were contacted asking parking requirements for proposed buildings going at the new Lawton High, MacArthur, and Eisenhower schools. They're looking at building new sports locker rooms and concessions. This is going to require a parking calculation for the full site. The school already has its parking designations. The sports complex or the locker room that they're wanting to build has theirs. The sports fields did not have a parking designation. So we brought this item to the City Planning Commission, and discussion was held on June 15th, 2023, June 29th, 2023, September 28th, 2023, and a public hearing was held on October 26, 2023, about this ordinance to designate the parking requirements for these sports fields. This will ultimately allow us to calculate the parking required. Part of this ordinance is to designate these proposed uses at these high schools as accessory uses, and to the school parking requirements will already be calculated by the school itself. And so the sports fields are going to be an accessory use, which will not require any additional parking if it's on the same parcel. And so that kind of summarizes what this parking requirements will be. This was sent out to everyone within 300 feet, and we did not receive any phone calls. I'm sorry, not everyone within 300 feet, posted in the Law and Constitution on June 27th, and we did not receive any phone calls for or against this.
And we do have a recommendation for approval from the staff. Council, do you have any questions before I open the public hearing? Seeing no questions, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
Move to approve the ordinance, read the title only.
We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning, amending section 18-8-1-805, division 18-8-1, article 18-8, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to amounts of space required by designating the required number of parking spaces required for stadiums, sports fields, and arenas, providing for severability, allowing for floor amendments, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item number 14, receive a report from staff and Garver Engineering regarding the implementation of the CIP portal for citizens and take action as deemed necessary. Got Joe Painter, Judy Franco, IT, Rusty Wiesnut, and Mary Elizabeth Mock. Mary Elizabeth Mock.
Mayor and council, I'll start because I had the least to say. I'm going to turn it straight over to Garver.
All right.
Good afternoon, council.
Good afternoon.
In the spirit of Veterans Day being this past Saturday, I want to say thank you to Colonel and all the others here in Fort Sill in supporting our men and women in the service. Thank you. So with that, I'd like to give an update on the CIP project that Garver is working and partnered with the city on. A couple things that on the agenda that I'd like to go over. We'll talk briefly, and I mean briefly, about the project background. We'll then talk about some of the project goals, and then finally the dashboard views that we've delivered to the city. So the Propel initiative was funded future projects and consolidated existing projects. So the mayor and the Propel initiative was very successful and generating some revenue for these projects. However, at that time, Lawton did not have a formal CIP process to track and prepare a plan to spend and project how this revenue would be addressed. So there were a few departments within the city that effectively used Excel spreadsheets to track project needs and project those needs. And then, but there was no real cross-departmental consistent approaches, so that had been developed to help work with across these departments and understand exactly how that projects and the cash flow could be projected. So we kind of call it that black box, that staff decision box on how some of these decisions were being made. So Lawton wanted defensible and transparent processes to prioritize and execute projects while also providing transparency to the citizens. So we wanted to balance the data-driven decisions and how those were being executed, along with how we were communicating the projects and the results of that work to the public. So Lawton selected Garver to develop a Lawton-specific process for a risk-based, data-driven CIP that integrates with the existing software to guide decision-making with the following goals. So one, again, we talked about standardizations. We wanted the department staff and leads to be able to make decisions that were uniformly following a process throughout the city. Again, we want it to be data-based decision-making, so that would be based on objective and data-driven scientific type decisions. We wanted to build on the city's existing GIS software, so partially that could help them manage it internally once the project on Garver's part was completed. And then definitely allowing the public and the city leaders to review project progress. And then lastly, to ultimately, an eventuality would be to integrate with Tyler Technologies. So when we started the project, Tyler was just getting kicked off, and so it's in a much different place now, Tyler is, with the city than it was when we first began. So talk a little bit about the project goals. Sorry, there's some formatting issues that happened when we talked about this. So the first two goals, we have to standardize across the city departments as well as provide a database decision-making process. So there's a few examples that we've delivered, and I'm just going to touch on them briefly in the next following slides. So one, we identified tiered structures that now exist across all the departments for consistent asset evaluation. So here's an example for water, drainage, and streets, where you can see tier 1 is a broad identification of which department, and then it becomes more and more granular, if you will, as you work down that tier structure. And that identifies a base level asset that the staff can input into the program and then ultimately provide a rating so they can develop projects as each one of these assets become further defined. Then we looked at definitions and criteria to establish to provide objective scoring of assets. So you can see here there's 4 more examples of a various consequence of failure and likelihood of failure, and you can see how those numbers, the ratings from 1 through 5, are very clearly defined on each one of these various, whether it's water or bridge, streets, drainage, etc. So it's another example of the worksheets that we've provided on defining that criteria. And then also it was important to just establish the process so that anybody could come in and pick up a book and be able to follow the process of how to go through identifying a project and then which different departments throughout the city would be involved in that process. We have you all as the council that ultimately gives approval, but there's also the city planning and city management and finance departments that are also heavily involved as we work through a CIP project and building out that fiscal year budget. So that's goal A and B here, and we've shown how we've delivered those goals in a couple examples. So let's look at goal 3, C. Again, given the city's expertise and their knowledge of GIS, it was desired to build on that existing framework. So when we started this, again, we wanted something that we could deliver to the city of Lawton, and then they could take and then manage it and update it, adjust it as they felt necessary, because everything evolves. And so we wanted to make sure that there wasn't a situation where they had to come back to us and make adjustments and have an ongoing maintenance type contract. So again, we wanted to deliver a non-proprietary solution. We wanted to have software that was already owned and run by city staff, so it would make that transition very easy. And then again, no long-term maintenance agreements between Garver and the city, as well as Garver and maybe some other software providers. We wanted that to not be an ongoing cost. And then lastly, something that Lawton could, of course, manage internally, input data, and then develop any changes or implement things as they went. So that was goal number 3. So the final 2 goals would be to allow city staff, as well as city leaders such as yourself, and then the public as well, to view the status of various projects as fiscal years and CIP budgets are developed. And then finally, which would be, again, that ultimate eventuality goal would be to integrate Tyler Technologies into that framework. So that translates actually, that last goal is what these final slides are about and those dashboard deliverables. So we've developed several different dashboards, and so this is the internal dashboards that I'll speak about first. Initially, we wanted one internal hub, so one place where everybody could go to access the various dashboards. We developed 11 different customized data entry forms. And so those were forms to identify if there's just an asset, where it might be located, the cost, the schedule associated with it, what stage of the project it might be in, and then also just rating that asset for those consequence of failure, likelihood of failures, in order to even identify a project now or maybe ultimately far into the future. From those customized entry forms, we then had 7 different customized dashboards that could be used internally within the city staff so that they could communicate all the status of all the different projects together. And then finally, a budget dashboard that would assist building out that fiscal year on the CIP every year. So here's an example of one of the internal dashboards indicating where, project accounts that might be associated with each project here on the left. Also the various entry forms that are on the right that might be updated as projects might go along. And then you can also see the budgets associated with it, maybe the starting budget, if there's been any revised budget as a function, maybe change orders, et cetera. And then how much of that budget has been spent and what's remaining. And further down, we have another dashboard, and this is the budget, this is the internal dashboard still. And this identifies kind of that color of money. It was important for us to understand for the city to understand what was coming from either a loan, what might be cash in hand from the city, or what might also be grants. So you can see the funding type, and then that's broken down further into, is it Propel, is it ad valorem, so forth and so on. So this is for fiscal year 23, and you can see the funding source total is approximately $225 million of projects just identified, and about $192 million has been currently obligated of those needs. And again, this is a fluid process, so things will be changing and updating as more information is input or just as the years go by or actual budget information is input. So now the public-facing dashboard is one that is also very important because that's what really communicates to the public the status of all the projects. So for the public-facing dashboard, it was delivered earlier this year, and that ultimately provides some major high-level key items on each project. So the project status, such as what's the status of it from a construction schedule, what's the budget of those different projects, so forth and so on. But more high-level, less detailed like we saw in the budget and internal dashboards. So here's an example of what was provided for the project dashboard by Garver. And again, you can see similar information that the public-facing dashboard shows, such as the project list, the wards, and where those projects might be occurring within each ward. You can have the ability to filter by ward. You can see at the very top, so you can see which projects are being accomplished in your ward, or which, if they are water or sewer or roads, for example. And you could further filter down by sub-project type. Then project budget or status of those, you can see the schedule. This is a water project that was completed back in 2022 on the well number 1, which was public utilities projects. So the city has also pivoted to trying to integrate some of the Tyler information. And so this is a dashboard that actually was developed off of the public dashboard that Garver had provided. And so that's the one that's currently being worked on right now. And the city is actually working internally to pull some of the Tyler technology information so that it can be hard-coded, or I'm sorry, not hard-coded, loaded up. So as Tyler maybe changes, then they can update that information based on what is in the Tyler database. And so that's an eventual functionality that we wanted to include, and the city's currently working on that. And you can see that's reflected here. So one of the benefits, again, that of this final dashboard, Judy and her team, along with the staff and engineering, have worked together tirelessly to build on the existing GIS framework and manage this internally. And so that's a big goal that we talked about, not having that Garver or another consultant interface. This is a great example of how we've been able to meet that goal. The city's been able to do some of their own changing and implementation of some different information they'd like shown, and then also ultimately integrating with Tyler, and that's still in process. So with that, I would take any questions.
So I noticed on there it said this is delivered.
The Garver-facing public dashboard, yes, sir.
So why isn't it up on our website?
It's my understanding that the ball is currently in the city's court with some of the data updates, and Garver is ready to assist and be there at any time.
Okay, thank you.
And-
Judy?
And some of the reason is on the one for the city side, it doesn't show all of the projects because we were trying to match them to Tyler. So we have some of them matched up because they reflect in the Tyler system. So I wouldn't want to put out misinformation without all of them being there. I mean, I could take away information, but that would not have a purpose for it.
We're coming up on 3 years since we started this. When do you think it's going to be ready?
We can start, I mean, it's just matching up what we have in Tyler to those projects. It's how finance labels those projects, and we just have to deviate it out. So we're working on that on the GIS side. We are
Okay, is
working on that.
Garver's part is through? You're complete?
We've delivered on our full scope of work, but regardless, we're here to assist in any way, shape, or form. And we've actually been working quite a bit with Judy and her team to help make that happen.
So you're through except for helping the final, getting it all put together? Okay, so well, I still didn't hear how long it's going to take. How long is it going to take?
Well, I don't know where all the funding comes from, all the projects. I just, so it's kind of like, I have to get some assistance from finance, so that way they're labeled correctly.
How many different departments are involved in getting the information we need to get this complete?
There's three.
It sounds like finance, it sounds like IT, engineering
Engineering and public
probably.
utilities. And any other that was in there. I'm not sure if Parks was in that, on that list also.
Who did you send, sorry? Parks? Parks?
Mhm. Is there how many?
Are you having trouble getting information from, I'm kind of reading that. Are you having trouble getting the information you need to complete this?
It just depends, okay, in Tyler, it depends on how it's funded. So when it's there, it could be under a huge umbrella, and at that point, it gets, each project pulls from that umbrella. So it's just splitting it out to matching it up to their project name.
Yeah, I'm tempted to ask for a motion to give direction for the city manager to get directly involved in this, because I feel like it needs to come on. But if finance involved, now I'm worried about if I'm going to slow the audit down.
And may I
But I
interject
feel
real
like this
quick?
needs to be completed.
Yes, and we did come up with a few solutions. We're trying to test that out so we can go forward and it be easier. So if you give us some time to test those, then maybe I can bring something back.
So you want to come back and tell us how that works out in 30 days?
Can we do 45?
That's Christmas.
It'll be a
Okay, let's do
Christmas miracle.
60 then.
I won't be here.
80?
Okay, Mr. Gill has a question.
It would be, how long has it been since Garver finished and gave this to the city? In other words, how long since you finished this and presented it? I can't hear you.
February 28th, earlier of this year,
Of this year?
was when we provided the
So
public.
the city's
facing
had it
dashboard.
since February the 28th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it sounds like an internal problem with the city.
And since then, that's when GIS went in there and made changes, because as you saw her first one, there was a lot of information in there. I was just trying to make it more readable for the citizens, so has a better understanding.
Is this something we're working on every day? I mean, is this
Yes,
part of the
I do
daily
have an
routine
analyst,
that we're
yes.
addressing this? Because that
Yes.
seems like a long time not to have really anything done on it, or there may be things done.
And there's
I'm
some
not aware of.
programming in the background too.
Yeah, I understand
so.
that. And do we have enough personnel to stay on this to make a difference?
Yes, I do.
But we still need 45 days, and what would that bring us to? What kind of a conclusion in being able to present this? In another 45 days, we still will have problems getting it completed, or will be mostly completed, or will be 100% completed, or what do
I
you
couldn't
see?
tell you that until we get further into it.
So we just don't know where we're going with it, basically. We don't see an
We
end in
know the
sight.
direction, GIS knows the direction and how we want to proceed. We know where we need to be, and I just don't want to guarantee you something and then not deliver.
No, I'm not asking for a guarantee. I'm just asking, is the water cold or warm or hot?
It's warm.
Okay. Thank
Our
you.
GIS experts have made a lot of progress with Judy and
Yes.
her team.
We've been talking back and forth.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know that we need a motion. I'm just going to ask the city manager to bring back a schedule at the second December meeting of when we can expect this to go live with the citizens, okay? And I don't think we need a motion and a vote or anything. He'll do that. Council, do you have any other questions on this? All right, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you too, Bryce. Item 15, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to animals, excuse me, amending section 51101, 51104, 51105.1, 51106, 51111, 51118, and 51120, Article 51, Chapter 5, Lawton City Code 2015, and amending Section 55501 and 55508, Article 55, Chapter 5, Lawton City Code 2015, by defining a redemption period and service animal, establishing city manager approval for euthanizations within the redemption period, clarifying that large reptiles may be unlawful, allowing for redemption periods to be extended, expanding on service animal allowances, correcting grammatical errors, renumbering as needed, providing for severability, allowing for 4 amendments, and establishing an effective date. Roy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. This ordinance defines redemption period and service animal. It specifies service animals may be allowed to accompany individuals with a disability where the general public is allowed to go. Requires a city manager approval for euthanizations occurring within the redemption periods, establishes that reptiles capable of exceeding 40 pounds may be unlawful, allows redemption periods to be extended at the discretion of the animal welfare superintendent, and corrects grammatical errors and renumbers as needed. Any questions?
Council? I'm wondering what kind of reptile gets 40 pounds. Snake? Wow.
Alligators?
Turtles.
Turtles?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have a sea turtle?
No.
They make good soup.
I had a question, man.
Mr. Hampton?
Yeah. I was reading through this. It's quite detailed in the animals. Can I ask what prompted us to move this direction? Were there some issues that were going on?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Was there issues going on that prompted us to get as detailed as we are in this ordinance? I mean, it's...
Well, it's revamping, looking at our code and bringing them up to standards. I have responded to calls for service, 6-foot caiman alligator, 9 to 12 foot, 2 different calls on 9 to 12 foot snakes.
Yeah,
One
I
of
know.
them was loose. They are large enough to hurt people.
Right. Well, I'm looking at the service animals.
Service
too.
animals, the American Disabilities Act has updated to include miniature horses as a service animal.
Yeah, the small animals, chinchillas, is that one of the, that a small furry animal like a, I just didn't know, I was just wondering if, we've been having issues in the city with some of this, some of these things.
Nothing like with chinchillas. The small animals, usually you're looking at ducks, chickens, geese, that kind of stuff. But it's more so the miniature horses
Right.
when it comes to the Americans with Disabilities Act. That's been included recently, so we needed to update our code to include that so that if somebody goes into Walmart with a miniature horse, they are within the law.
Right,
You're jesting, of course.
Pardon?
You jest, of course.
No, sir.
They can take a horse in Walmart.
A miniature horse.
How big is a miniature horse?
Usually about 28 inches at the shoulder.
And that's federally protected.
Yes, sir. No, it'd be smaller than that. I mean, we're talking that big.
I had a question.
We've got a legal problem.
Okay, Mayor, Council, I was just reviewing the title that was read, and I think this ordinance has gone through revisions before it's come to council, but the title as presented talks about amending a section 5-1-105.1, which is actually not included in the ordinance that we're amending, and it does not address amending a section 5-1-117, which is in here to be amended. So I believe our title has some issues. We can talk about the proposed ordinance, but I think we'll have to bring it back and table this so we can have a correct title for the next council meeting.
Mayor, this agenda item does allow for floor amendments. So I would recommend that we consider that before tabling it, because I think that we can make those changes and then still move forward.
I would say we would be amending the title that was giving the public notice. We could amend the ordinance, but I don't think we could amend the title, and the title doesn't say we're amending section 117, so that would be problematic.
I'll tell you what, I'd rather be safe than sorry. I don't mind if you guys discuss it, but I'm not going to call for a vote on this item. Make a move to the next agenda, and I don't think it's going to hurt anything. Did you want to go ahead and speak, Ms. Johnson?
I just had a question about, I don't know if this is the right time, but do we have information if someone wants to get a service dog or train their dog to be a service dog at our facility?
Oh, sorry. Service dog regulations are very limited. Typically, we like for the animals to go to an official trainer to be a service dog, but right now it's hard to prove with the limited questions that you can ask a person with disabilities. It's hard to be able to prove that that service dog is actually a service dog.
No, my question was, do we have information on how to get a dog certified? Do we have that information at our facility?
Yes, we have that at the animal shelter, yes.
I just wanted to, I think the one thing we can be clear on from what we've read is that a Komodo dragon can't be a service animal.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to add that part of the reason why we did this update is OML, Oklahoma Municipal League, sent out a model animal code within the past several months, and we looked at our animal code and we compared it to the model code, which was the recent updates that have been made in state law, and so that was the main driving force behind this change.
That was the main driving horse, is that what you said? No pun intended. But I'm glad to hear OML's doing that. I didn't know they did that. I think that's great. Ms. Hankins, were you wanting to say something, or Ms. Chapman? Ms. Chapman? Push the button on the right. There you go.
I really am a blonde. I had a question, and I don't know if I can ask it, but it is about proposals with the animal control. And I wanted to make sure I can ask him the question about keeping animals out when the temperature is low.
We're going to be talking about that on the next agenda
Right,
item.
thank you.
Okay?
I do have just one question. Roy, on item, let's see, it used to be 4951 on the feral cats. Do we have a feral cat program that's going on right now where you're taking the
Not at this-
tomcat and sterilizing it to try to
Not at this
control-
time. I am looking into that to see about creating a TNR program for the city. I'm going to be working with the city manager on this. We had a program years past, Fix Lawton. They've since dissolved.
Okay.
And so there's not an official TNR program right now.
Okay,
Okay, that's not germane to this number, I don't think.
Well, I'm just wondering, I was wondering about some of the stuff that's kind of in here and why it was in there, Mayor. But that'll be fine. Thanks a lot.
Okay. We're not taking any action on this one due to the potential legal issue. I would like to ask you to attach the appropriate portion on service animals of the ADA rules to this as an attachment, if you would, please, for the next time it comes back up.
Yes, sir.
That moves us to item 16. Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to animals, amending section 51120, Article 5.1, Chapter 5, Lawton City Code 2015, by establishing that dogs are not to be left outdoors and unattended for a period exceeding 1/2 hour when the temperature is below 32 degrees Fahrenheit, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and allowing for floor amendments. Mr. Warren, are you speaking on this?
I will. And I seriously thought we had done this at some point in the past, and I don't know what happened, but we didn't, and I think it was quite a while ago that we talked about it. But we have had dogs freeze to death in the past in people's backyards because they just leave them out there, and it's -3 outside. And basically all this does is says that you can't leave your animal out there, your dog out there, more than 30 minutes when temperature's below 32. I would like to amend this, though, and I don't know exactly how we would do that, or at least leave it up to the discretion of the animal control officer, because there are Nordic dogs that would rather be outside when it's 30 degrees than be in the house where it's warm. And so I don't know if we need to amend this or if we just need to leave it up to the discretion of the animal control officer.
Councilman Warren, I'd recommend we maybe leave this alone. I mean, what you're saying makes sense, and ultimately then if someone was cited, I mean, it would be up to the prosecutor to determine, hey, that doesn't make sense in that instance.
Okay, so that's basically the reason. I know a couple other cities have done this, but it's basically just to protect the animals. There's not that many out there that the owners don't care about, but there are some, and we need to make sure that we can police that.
Mayor, you had initially asked me to look and see what other cities do. I didn't look at all of our Pier 6, but Norman does have a similar ordinance. I believe theirs is 35 is the low temperature and 85 is the high temperature. So that might be something that council wants to consider in terms of establishing an upper limit. There is floor amendments are allowed on this agenda item, but the city of Norman does have that ordinance.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
I just wanted to say I think it's a good idea. I wanted to ask Councilman Warren, you've actually talked to these dogs?
Did you ask if I talked to them? Yes. I used to have 4 dogs all at one time, and I'd talk to them daily.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. That was my question. If some way there could be some kind of an exception for those dogs that are bred for colder weather, how we were going to work that out.
And so
I don't know how many there are huskies in the city of Lawton, for example, but that was a concern from a citizen.
So if council does want to have that in the language, we could have a motion or floor amendment to allow for an exception for, cold weather, animals bred, or dogs bred for cold weather or suited for cold weather or something like that. We can make some type of floor amendment for that.
Council, I'd make a motion that we amend this item to include verbiage that would allow Nordic dogs to be exception from this, and move to approve. Correct.
An ordinance pertaining to animals, section 51120, article 5.1, chapter 5, Lawton City Code 2015, by establishing that dogs are not to be left outdoors and unattended for a period exceeding 1/2 hour when the temperature is below 32 degrees Fahrenheit, providing for severability and establishing an effective date, and that's with a floor amendment allowing for an exception for Nordic animals.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-1. Can you show us the individual vote? Did you click on participants?
Mayor, can we just individually poll?
Let's do it.
Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Uyghur? No. Johnson?
Okay, that gives us the 7-1. And we are on item 17. Receive a detailed report on how the $3 million added to the streets materials account in the 23-24 budget has been spent and/or obligated thus far, and give any direction deemed necessary. Cliff.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to follow up the story of big lizards and talking dogs, but I'll do my best. And Mayor, I would like to say that this has been a very successful program. In 26 years, I have not seen this before. So thank you and the committee and the council for making this happen. So I've passed this out.
It couldn't happen without you and your staff's participation as well, so thank you.
It's been a team. It's been a team effort. But again, if you'll take a look at this that I've passed out. And again, this is our title of 10 Wins for Citizens, on target, on time, although a little bit early. So this is allocation and utilization of funds added to Street and Traffic Control FY 23-24 repair and maintenance budget. So just to be specific, this is the $3 million that was added to our annual budget that we have used for this specific program. The first page is a simple pie chart. And that just gives you a visual representation of the funding that has been allocated and spent thus far. Obviously, the pending in gray, after tonight's approval of that amendment, that will change to, that monies will be allocated in accordance with the approval or the award of the Ellsworth contract. So we have the $659,364.67, 22% of the budget that's encumbered, and that's basically the EST services. We have spent the $16,181.25. That is our first billing off EST for the services thus far. Again, the pending, that will be changed to encumbered or allocated for Ellsworth, a total of $480,624.50. This will leave a remaining of $792,007.66 that's unallocated.
You ready for questions?
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. You have a question?
Excuse me. I was thinking you had allocated some of this for panel replacement. No?
Not out of this funds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we use different funding source for those.
That was the other 1.45 that was in your budget before.
Well, that basically keeps a light on. What I'm utilizing for that is the 2019 for the repair and maintenance. So we have 13th and 14th, which we addressed in the committee, that we're replacing that, and they're currently in progress on that street right now.
Okay. So we've got another almost 800,000 in here to spend before we start borrowing on the next 30 roads.
Correct. It would be feasible for the committee to add a couple segments to this should they wish and get it into the next package. Although we would recommend some of this be held because this is a new program and we want to be cautious of if we run into any problems that's going to create a change order. The new project.
Would you recommend a percent? Would you ever?
Joe? 10%, was that what you said was, I'm sorry, 10% of the budget?
I'll say something about that money. Okay. Yes, so of that money, we need to keep 10% of the face value of that contract just in case. We'll have some change orders. We won't hit 10%, but just to be safe, we like to have 10% in the budget to make sure we cover any issues that pop up.
Okay.
But that's as much as we can do by law anyways, 10%.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
I was just going to say that, mainly addressing the committee and the council also, that even though we have some money left, we most likely will not go out for bids for additional roads with this amount of money because we really need to group this in probably 10 road projects at a time or more in order to get very competitive bidding. Because you're not going to get someone from, say, Oklahoma City, or we had a bidder from Wilson, Oklahoma, or Ardmore, Oklahoma, to come in to do 2 or 3 roads. Now, when you're talking 10 or 15 roads, they'll come in and the price will be good. So that extra money will get spent. It'll just probably be in after we get the next large sum of money. And instead of putting 10 or 12 roads out at the next time, once we get more money, we'll have this. We'll be able to maybe do 15 or even 20 roads. So that's where that money will go eventually. And it doesn't have, we'll have plenty for the reserve, plus we'll have plenty that we can use later.
I'll take it.
Yes.
I can use it. We can put it to work.
Okay, well, I think that 10% sounds real reasonable. And okay, this is better than I thought even. So thank you very much for that good report, Cliff. Did anybody else have questions, Randy?
I just have one question. I think it's semi-germane. What does a mile of 2-lane concrete cost to build? Does anybody know that? Just, I don't have to be exact, just in general.
Chris, can you compare that by chance?
I sent you an email on that with some exact numbers from our last bid. So.
Okay. No, I just was just interested in concrete, just what it would cost. Yeah. Heavy traffic.
Any other questions?
Were you wanting to talk? No, just here to support. Oh, okay.
Just back up. Good job, Cliff.
Item number 18, consider directing staff to initiate requests for proposals for the operation and management of the Lake Latonka Schoolhouse Slough Convenience Store to include the fuel pumps. Dwayne.
How about that? As indicated earlier in the, under the Water Authority, with the rejection of that bid, staff is asking that we move forward with an RFP specifically for the operation and management of the convenience store to include the fuel pumps.
I would make one comment here. It seems like the last time we went out for proposals, we put some very strict requirements on how much experience you had, et cetera. I think we can weed that out at the end instead of weeding people out at the beginning, okay?
We did modify the RFP for this specific item to make those preferred. They're not actual requirements. We lessened it from 10 years, I believe, to 5 years experience, and it is a preferred. So it wouldn't exclude anyone from being able to bid that.
Okay, and that's very clear in there, right?
Yes.
No one's excluded, okay. Any questions? Any motions?
I make a motion that we direct staff to go out with this RFP.
Is there a second? Ms. Hankett, you second it? Okay, I'm sorry. That was in my bad ear. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Thank you. Number 19, consider directing staff to bring a resolution to raise the rental rates for full-time campers, trailers, boathouses, dry stalls, and wet stalls located at Lake Latonka's recreation area for calendar year 2024 by an amount not to exceed 25%, excluding the 5 boathouses formerly managed by the Schoolhouse Slough concessionaire, with said rate increases to take effect on January 1, 2024, and direct staff to evaluate the feasibility of a 2-tiered fee structure for Lake Latonka's recreation area, differentiating between Lawton residents and non-residents. Dwayne.
So, Mayor and Council, with the end of the current calendar year coming up here pretty quick, this will be the second year that we have not had a concessionaire. And so staff has looked at the current cost of the rates for all of the leases to include the boathouses that previously were managed or are managed by the City of Lawton, as well as all of the Schoolhouse Slough area, those campsites, trailer, dry stalls, wet stalls, and boathouses. If you'll recall, recently we did had a consultant come in and provide us with a lakes master plan, and as part of that master plan, there was a recommendation on what those fees needed to look like moving forward for the advancement and improvement of the lakes and the recreational areas. That particular plan set out, basically they projected that the minimum camper fees or RV fees should be somewhere in the neighborhood of $4,200 a year minimum, with the boathouse fees being a minimum of $3,500. Staff has taken it upon themselves to do basically put some numbers together and evaluated 13 different RV parks within the common area of the Schoolhouse Slough, all around the lakes. Of those 13, 5 of them their fees on an annual basis are $6,000, with an average amongst those 13 of right at $5,000 per year. In comparison with what we currently charge for our boathouses, $1,035 a year. The campsites range up to about $2,800, depending on the location of those campsites. So in an effort to come up with a plan on how we move forward to establish a fair market value and be able to recoup the investment that we're putting into the lakes, as far as what the citizens' investment is, it was our suggestion that we would come back with incremental increases. When you look at the numbers of what we currently are charging, if you did a 50% across the board increase, you still would not be comparable to the existing RV parks around us. But 50% is a really big number, right? So for us, we felt like if we did it in incremental stages where we approached it from like a 25% increase over a period of time, that we could gradually make that up until we establish a fair market value. I think it's important to note that on an annual basis, we spend approximately $300,000 a year patrolling and monitoring the lake for security purposes. We also increased our budget this last year in anticipation that we were going to be operating and managing the schoolhouse slough area. And so our Parks and Rec budget doubled from roughly $600,000 to a little over $1.2 million. Not all of that was directly related to the schoolhouse slough expenses, but without any historical data there, we had to project at least some increase. So we increased for our repairs. We also increased for electricity and utilities out there, as well as other miscellaneous costs that go along with that. We bought additional equipment. So all of these costs, when you start looking at them across the board, we need to be able to afford to continue to provide amenities and continue to maintain and hopefully improve the recreational areas around Lake Latonka. So we've recommended to the mayor and council a 25 or up to a 25% increase, with the exception of the 5 boathouses that were currently or that were previously under the operation of the previous concessionaire. Because they were already well above what our rates were, the 25% increase would not go into effect with those. So we would carve those 5 out, and we would put in an approximate 25% across the board increase to the rest of the leases. That would include the campers, all the RV slots, trailers, wet stalls, dry stalls, and boathouses. I will tell you, even with a 25% increase, we're basically $1,000 still under our nearest competitive RV park out there, the lowest of them. We're still $1,000 lower. This was presented to the Lakes and Lands Commission. It was not received very well. I'll just tell you, nobody wants to see rates go up, obviously. But you know, their chief complaint was, okay, so if you're going to raise the fees, they wanted some kind of assurance that some of that funding would be reinvested back into the lakes. They mentioned things such as Wi-Fi and better water. And so we've got a couple of companion items that are going to follow this one that would allow us to utilize or go out for an RFP to install Wi-Fi at the lake if it's approved, as well as do an RFP for some repair and maintenance and new installation of the water infrastructures out there. So those are coming up. But as far as the fees go, this is what we think is the best plan of action moving forward, and we would ask for your support moving that direction.
Stay close. I want to hear from the chairman of the Lakes and Lands, Mark Scott.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I want to thank Mr. Burke for the work that he's done. He's done a great job of kind of, I think, gathering the base information and the feedback that we heard from community there and putting that together has been flexible to deal with. I really appreciate that. And Mr. Burke's my friend. I'm going to refute a little bit of what he said there, but all in good spirits. I also want to thank the other two gentlemen sitting behind me here, and make sure that we thank Misty Roberts. I don't think she's here. She does great work at the lakes. In the community input portion of our meeting, Jim was bragged on quite a bit by the community. I really appreciate the work that he does out there, so I want to make sure we mention them. Yes, the first thing I'd like to mention, the RFP for the C-store and the fuel service, absolutely, that's a great addition, and we're all in on that. No controversy there at all. It was explained to us that that the increase was largely due to what I'm going to call fairness to the citizenry and based on rent comps in the area. And I think that fairness to the citizenry, it's hard to argue that when you compare the kind of objective data. But the feedback that we received, and I tend to agree with it, is that you really get what you pay for, and that our folks are probably getting about what they're paying for. They are not paying much, and they're not getting very much either. And that was really their feedback to us was, after we really had a good conversation at the end, was kind of, we're probably okay with paying some more. In fact, we kind of like that idea, but we really would prefer that it would come back to us, and let's start seeing some things happening at the lake that hasn't happened in the last little while. So we did vote to not proceed with the price increase. I want to mention a couple of things. One, it's our opinion that something as impactful as an across-the-board price increase should not happen at a specially called meeting with limited disclosure. That really needs to happen at our normal quarterly meeting where everyone understands kind of what's going on and not something that's put together quickly. The other thing is that, time and time again, the public has asked us, and we have asked our staff that's there at the meeting and we've talked to you about different ways of capturing that revenue and the extra revenue that comes back to the lake and then reinvesting it in the lake. To increase the prices without this, I feel like is an error. It's just it goes right into the general fund, and it will not impact the city's budget. And then the last thing is that without a plan for infrastructure improvements to facilities, it would be difficult to suggest or for the public to get behind this price increase. I'll mention that we as the commission are tasked with making recommendations to council, and we're in the process of putting together a plan to bring to you. That discussion would happen at our January meeting, but we are ready to put together a plan prioritized. Jim sent it to me last month with prioritized updates that need to happen. The first of which was online permitting, which he did accomplish over the last 30 days or so. I think that's a big testament because we know we all heard about how hard it was for somebody to buy a permit. Basically couldn't do it. In closing, let me just say that I believe that our group would be in favor, not that you need our blessing, I know you don't, but just to, I think that we would be in favor of increasing prices under the following couple of parameters, a couple of which you're going to meet. Water and sewer infrastructure be brought up to satisfactory standards. The water out there freezes for half the year. They don't have sewer hookups at all. I don't know about the logistics of that, but that is something they've asked for, and that's something that our other competitors do offer. It's on your breakdown in the attachments. An itemized prioritized improvement list and plan to be developed and vetted through the Land and Lakes Commission. Excess revenues to be that are generated at the lakes to be escrowed in one way or another to fund other special projects at the lakes. And then my last thing is kind of something we've talked about previously, but would be a trust authority to be developed or similar rights be granted to the Land and Lakes Commission to help kind of run the operation there at the lakes. So with that, I'll be quiet. I can tell I've talked too long. Thank you all.
Okay, so I think everybody has the same goal. We want a lake recreation area that we can all be proud to call, hey, this is ours. We all want that. Every citizen or non-citizen, and it sounds like we have more use from non-citizens than citizens, that goes to the lake wants to enjoy and have nice amenities. So we all have the same goal. It's how we're going to get there. I think we also know that we always have this struggle of what comes first, charging or receiving. this is a situation where, if I remember right, and I don't know if Dwayne said it, but 39% of the people renting, 40% of the people renting are citizens of the city of Lawton. That's not a big number, and it does not amount to 1% of the population. So for us to take the 99% of the citizens that don't rent and supplement what's out there, that's not right. I don't think any of us can look the citizens in the eye and say that's right. But at the same time, I think that Mark's got very good points, or I should probably say the committee has good points about we need to offer what the other people do, and there is a way to do that. And as you can imagine, I've been adding up the numbers. And here's what I'm telling you we can do. Easy enough. We can put together a plan for $3 million that includes your water and your other stuff, and the income from this will pay for it over a period of time. And so we can do this all at the same time. We can start going up reasonably, not double it, do what the staff's recommending, 25% a year, and we can put together a plan for $3 million worth of improvements. I think by ordinance that the Lakes and Land Committee would be involved in that. Am I right? So they would be involved in that plan, and it's just something they have to work at. So I'm going to recommend, I don't want to keep anybody from talking whatever they want to, but I'm going to recommend we approve this and direct staff to work on a $3 million improvement plan for amenities at the recreation area. Now, Ms. Chapman.
Question? Mayor, Council, on these price increases, is this a yearly increase? Is it going to last for 1 year? Is there going to be another increase the following year? What's the plan for that?
That would be staff's recommendation, and we do this over a 3-year plan. We would continue to increase until we reach at least that minimum fair market value that was recommended. So we would do a 25% increase each year for the next 3 years. And that would get us pretty close to that 4,200 minimum. I'm not saying that is the fair market value, but that was the recommendation from the consultant.
And my recommendation makes serious city investment that has to be paid for. Mr. Twigger.
Is there any type of, Mayor and Council, thank you, is there any earmarking of the funds that have been received from the lakes, their leases and things like that?
No, sir.
Okay, I've had a lot of hits on this particular subject in the last 24 hours. And the feedback the citizens are giving me is they understand the need for increase. Some have shared concerns, why 25? Again, their water shut off November 1 till April 1. The sewers freeze, the water freezes, et cetera. So they understand the need for improvements. They want the improvements. But their concerns were, the monies are going into the city general fund. Is that correct?
Currently that is correct.
So why can't we earmark those funds so that that money stays at the lake to make those improvements as...
That's exactly what would happen with my suggestion, but I want to point something else out. I don't know what the income is at the lake, but I doubt seriously that it's 1.2 million, and I doubt seriously that it's 600,000. Would I be correct?
Do you know what it is?
Now, and don't include the money from what we just are about to buy and have taken back from the Waller contract, because that money is dedicated to pay off the $3 million we're going to have to borrow to buy it.
Yeah, if I recall, please don't hold me to it, but under the previous concessionaire, I think we were getting around 50,000 a year from the SLU area.
Okay, so we were getting 50,000 a year, we were spending 600, we've upped that to 1.2, but you left out the boathouse fees which have come directly to us. What would that amount to?
There's 53 of those.
I've emailed all that information.
And those are running about 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, 1,000 at the SLU,
So-
it was 800 or so at Robinson, 500.
Come on up here. Come on up here.
Is it possible to take the funds that have been paid since January 1 till today, put that money earmarked lake projects?
So if we
Is that
did that,
possible?
thank you, that's a good question. If we did that, then you're going to have to figure out what you're going to use to pay the $3 million we're about to borrow to buy Kent Waller out. Because the money that we're getting,
Okay.
and here's the point, they haven't come up with $200,000. Our budget out there is $600,000, and doubled to 1.2 last year. So it's not even close. The city's putting in a lot more money when you look at it that way, but the city still needs to put in more money, and the plan to go up puts the people that are using it paying for the amenities that they're receiving. We're not going to be cutting is there any plan to cut the budget? Yeah.
No.
I think everybody wants to have a nice facility, and I think I've presented you a plan that it forces the city. If we borrow the money to do $3 million worth of work out there over the next 3 years while we're going up, it forces the city to put the money back in. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, it does. Again, I would, from what I'm learning from the residents that have contacted me out there, earmarking it would be very, very favorable from what I'm hearing.
Well, it's more than earmarked if you borrow the money.
Can I speak?
Mark?
Can I address everybody? So I've got a copy of the budget here. It is an item that's on the agenda. And we've got a $200,000 capital outlay for equipment that was probably going to happen at some point anyway. I believe there's a backhoe in there. A backhoe, and then there's the grant for Collier's Landing, which is a matching grant, which we missed for the last 2 years or something. I would argue that the ongoing operation of the SLU area is costing us about another $100,000 in expense, and it's going to create about another $375,000 to $400,000 in revenue. So, when you look at the revenue that we were spending out there, we've not increased personnel. All we've done is increased revenue. Now, we do need a plan, no doubt, to pay back the large number that we've paid out to the previous concessionaire, but I do think that's financeable based on the additional marginal revenue that we're going to be receiving now and that we've started receiving this year.
So what was the 375 number you threw out there?
Well, I wish I would have brought all those numbers with me. I emailed them around to council the last time I came here for the trust authority meeting, so it was a couple months ago. But we sat down and kind of put the numbers together just based on compiling the paperwork and looking at the leases and looking at what all had come through. Again, there's not a good reconciliation of that comes from the city. It really is, just like we mentioned earlier, an Excel spreadsheet that somebody writes down, and we know that these amount of checks have been deposited to the city. But we can track that it's about that much. Yes, sir.
From the numbers I was given, Mark, this is about 8 years of income, $3 million, about 8 years of income from the revenue increase that is suggested by the staff. And of course, there'd be some interest on that, so it would take more than 8 years to pay for it. But
I'd like to see us work out a 10-year lease that the trust authority would be able to be involved with the city in, and at the end of that, then it's paid.
Well, I think we're interested in the trust authority idea, but somebody's got to present a business plan on how it's all going to be funded and how it's going to work.
Let's do it.
Mr. Harris.
So I just want to clarify, and I got some of the same emails that the residents want to dedicate the money that comes in to the repairs that go on. But if I'm hearing right, the money that the least money we get won't even come close to paying for the improvements that they want to have made. Is that correct?
So the lease money that we're getting today
Right,
will pay for what we've inherited over a 10-year period,
right,
okay?
right.
There'll be some cushion in there in case you lose some people. I mean, it won't be dollar for dollar, right?
Right.
Okay, the revenue increases that the staff is recommending would pay off a $3 million note somewhere over 8 years, depending on the interest rate. The principal alone would take 8 years to pay off. So it's a, in my opinion, it's a big dedication that the city's making.
And so once you do that, there's no money left for improvements. So the city's going to be, under that plan, the city's still going to be required to put money into it.
So the $3 million is improvements. That's $3 million of improvements.
Okay, so what about the $3 million debt that we're about to incur?
That would be paid for by the rent as of now. The other $3 million would be paid for by the increase.
Okay, good.
Okay?
Yep, thanks.
You got it?
Yep. Yeah,
Motion?
There we go. I will say one thing. I like this plan, mainly because, A, it's a plan, and we haven't had one of those in a really, really, really long time, because the citizens of Lawton want there to be a plan where someday this is self-sufficient, because, as the mayor said, it's not right for 98% of the citizens of Lawton to pay to supplement the activities of 1%. So we have to get a plan in place so that this is self-sustaining. Otherwise, the citizens of Lawton would just as soon put a fence around it and call it a reservoir, which is what it is. So we have to have a plan. We have to get there. We have to be, I would hope that when we get to that point of self-sustaining, that we are a destination, that we'll have something out there that we can be proud of. When you drive around and see some of the other facilities at Lake Arcadia and places like that, I hope that that's what we can have. But I would make a motion, trying to find it here, make a motion to direct staff to raise the rentals as suggested, with the full knowledge that we will be addressing some of the improvements in the next few agenda items.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to amend that, to add, directing the staff to bring back a plan for $3 million worth of improvements. And you don't need to mention they're going to the committee because that's an ordinance, okay?
And I would amend that to include verbiage about directing the staff to bring back a plan for the $3 million of improvements.
Did I hear a second?
You did. Yes. Well, I was just thinking, we are raising the rates. That's part of this motion.
Yes.
And I second that.
No, okay. We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate. Hold on a minute.
And to say we're directing staff to bring back a resolution to identify the rate increase too.
Okay, we'll you're good there, right?
I'm good there.
You're good there? Okay, and this resolution, as I understand it, is going, make sure this is what our motion is, takes care of the next 3 years of increases. Is that right?
We'll include that. Yeah.
Okay. Everybody understand?
I'm good.
Discussion or debate? Mr. Harris. Or excuse,
Just to clarify, so the last part you said is for the plan going forward for increases.
For emphasis.
Okay.
No, help me with, what does that mean for emphasis?
Maybe if you could just read the motion again, so it kind
Okay,
of
so
stuff kind of got stuck into
the
there.
motion is to approve the city, to direct them to bring back a resolution according to their plan to raise rates over 3 years, and to bring back a plan to invest $3 million of improvements in the recreation area.
Is there a rate increase today?
Well, they have to bring back the resolution, and we're going to be going through this again, okay? Mr. Hampton? Please vote.
Mayor?
Yes.
Before you vote, does that include the rate difference for residents and non-residents? Do you want that to be part of that?
I don't remember reading that. Tell me, please.
It's in the title, to direct staff to further investigate whether or not you want to entertain two different rates, one for residential customers and one for non-residential customers.
It'll be high enough. It'll be high enough, just the one rate, I would think.
Yeah.
Basically,
what are you going to do? I say just
I don't
leave it
have a
alone.
problem, having to bring back the suggestions, but I think we're probably good at the 25% moving up for 3 years.
Okay, tell you this, my calculations are with everybody paying the same.
Okay.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item number 20, in conjunction with the proposed increases to the lease rates at the Lake Latonka recreation areas, consider directing staff to initiate a request for proposal for the installation of Wi-Fi services at the Lake Latonka Schoolhouse Slough recreational area. Dwayne.
So this is the companion item that I referenced earlier. This one and the next item would be part of that plan. To be frank, this was a recommendation from the Lakes and Lands. Wasn't a formal recommendation by any means, but it was overwhelming majority brought this up as issues that needed to be addressed.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Mr. Warren.
No, I just wanted to ask if there's any way that we could package this with Wi-Fi in the city parks?
I thought we had a RFP to go out for Wi-Fi in city parks. I think we've already got that. I'm not sure where it got lost, but maybe worked on. I'm going to tell you, I think we've already given direction on this, and I think it's up to the committee and the staff to make sure this and the next item are in the $3 million plan.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think we need to take double action. Is everybody good?
I'm good.
Okay, and then item number 21, I don't even need to read it, right?
Right.
You good?
We're good.
Tim wants me to read it, I can tell. 21, in conjunction with the proposed increase to the lease rates at the Lake Latonka Recreation Area, consider directing staff to initiate a request for proposal for the repair and upgrades to the water line system serving the Lake Latonka Recreation Area. Okay, now I've read it. We don't need any action. They're going to take care of it. I have one question. What is the big problem with the water? Why do we have to turn it off or something?
My understanding is that some of the water infrastructure is rather dated. As they freeze and bust, the old water lines, they're going in and replacing them with frost-free so that the water is below grade. If you leave anything hooked up to it during the wintertime, they have a tendency to freeze and bust, so.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say, it seems to me like that can be addressed pretty quick and not necessarily before the plan, because that plan will take 6 months, Mark. And it sounds like they need to get with that if they can.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 22. Yes.
I was just wanting to understand and clarify. On 20, that pertains to Schoolhouse Slough. 21 and 22, those are just listed as Lake Latonka recreation areas. Are those two separate? Are Lake Latonka recreation areas, is that the bi-weekly camping area? And when we talk about Schoolhouse Slough, is that just the slough? Are those two separate Are we talking about two separate things there, or is everything blanketed under one?
I think that's a great question.
Because the water at the biweekly camping areas, I believe, is a separate issue altogether, when we're talking about the slough.
The water at what?
The biweekly, where the campers, you pull in a camper, you stay for 2 weeks.
I can tell you this. To me, it's all a recreation area, and it's all there on the east side of the lake. And when I talk about Schoolhouse Slough, I'm talking about all of that on
goes
the
all the
east
way
side of the
down
lake.
and
I'm
covers.
not talking about the windy road to the dam, but I am talking about north from what's actually Schoolhouse Slough.
So that 3 million, that will cover all of the recreation? Or are we just talking about Schoolhouse Slough here? According to the upgrades.
We're gonna let the staff work this out,
Okay,
okay?
I just wanted to,
And if there's a problem they can't deal with, they'll bring it back. Item number 22. It's a great question, though. Direct staff to evaluate equipment and all city of Lawton parks. Come up with a plan to invest $1 million in repairs and upgrades to equipment. Provide a proposed budget number for repairs and upgrades that are needed above the $1 million. And bring back a plan and budget to the first meeting in January. Concurrently review the existing plan provided by staff and offer directions as necessary. Larry Parks, the Director of Parks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. In keeping with our True North culture statement, Parks and Recreation want to provide more efficient services to our citizens and improve the quality of life. Having read the agenda and exercising some initiative, we developed a plan to invest the $1 million in upgrades to our parks. Also included in this plan is a proposed budget for anything over $1 million. So what we did was we evaluated all our city parks, about 9 a day. We went out and charged Mr. Antonio Hobson, who is our park and grounds superintendent, to do so. 65 is a lot, but we did. He did all the blocking and tackling for this. He was pretty much in charge of it. And what you see here, is the evaluation of the findings. What we discovered is we have several severe concerns with the current codes related to ADA certification of our parks, and they need to be safer and more efficient and accessible for every citizen. Most of our parks were constructed at least 20 years ago. Since then, many updates have occurred. After consulting with several playground and park professionals, we determined many units are now obsolete and are well beyond their life expectancy. So expeditiously, we targeted 6 areas for improvements and upgrades on the following slide. The playgrounds, the surface under the playgrounds, the signage, bathroom, benches, and waste can. We also noted 6 different design plans that will fit in any one of the parks we have here in the community. These 6 design plans were vetted through our engineer department. Along with these 6 areas, we also vetted 6 different design concepts to fit in each of our city parks. The designed age groups that we targeted was 3 to 9 and 9 to 12 age groups. Again, 6 different designs that can be installed in a number of our parks with the option of adding features for accessibility, aesthetics, or alternate interest. With these designs, the whole child concept was taken into consideration. When I say that, I'm talking about every child's abilities was taken into consideration with the design and layout of these parks. These designs are turnkey designs with plug-and-play adaptability. The costs depicted on the following slides include resurfacing and, most of all, proper training to maintain what we are about to invest in. Also, our park superintendent and staff will tear out all old existing structures. This will save our citizens money. Again, these designs will fit easily into each of our existing parks. As you can see here, they're grouped into three sizes: small, mid to medium, and large. What you see on the slide right now is a medium play unit that will fit very easily into George M. Lee in Ward 7 and Wayne Gilly in Ward 1. Medium multi-slide for Gray War Park, Ward 6, and MacArthur Park in Ward 4. Medium treehouse for Panther Park in Ward 2 and Fred Bentley in Ward 3. Small multi-slide climbing feature for Country Club West in Ward 8. Last but not least, two large structures, one for Matty Bill in Ward 5 and one for McMahon Park in Ward 7. Our intent is to provide, again, the safe, world-class recreation while improving the quality of life for our city and its citizens. And what you see here right now on the slide is the budget and the breakout. Now, of course, we would like to have the more robust package, the 1.5, as you can see there, for a couple of reasons. First of all, it is a direct, major impact to the quality of life in this community. Secondly, it allows for less disruption of the parks. One time, we can go in and fix what we need to fix when it comes to these play units. Also, the priority list on the right. So, this is how we can help provide better service to our citizens. So, that being said, are there any questions?
Back up a couple to the money.
Oh, to the money?
Okay. First thing I want to do is not ask a question. I want to comment that it didn't take you long to learn municipal government. You have something in every ward. So that's good. Now, if you would back up just to give me a picture, any of the pictures. So, okay, so when you, let's just use this one. Is this one, are you going to put this mulch or whatever it is and this ground, this little fence around it to?
Yes, sir.
That's all
Yes,
included?
sir. That's all included.
Oh, you the man.
It's all included.
Mr. Warren?
Yes, sir.
Could you go now, I think, if you go forward one?
Yes, sir.
Nope, I'm sorry, back to Country Club. There you go.
Yes, sir.
I didn't pay attention because that's not what we call it. We call it Eva McNally.
Oh,
Because that's what
I'm
the
sorry.
sign says, and I just wanted to make sure
Yes,
that
sir.
the citizens know that that's what park we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
I'm good. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood which park that was.
Yes, sir.
Okay, other questions?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Somebody left their mic on. Thank you. I think it all looks great. You've done a lot of work real fast. I do have a question. The maintenance on this new type of equipment,
Yes, sir.
I would presume that it's low maintenance, the way it's made.
It is.
But it still has to be taken care of, and
Yes, sir.
we have adequate right now, or we'll have adequate staff to be able to take care of it.
Yes, sir. We will.
I think that's a problem
the-
we've
the
had in the
biggest-
past, is maybe not being able to
Yes, sir.
maintain the equipment for whatever reason. I don't want to go there, but because of that, we've had problems. This looks to me like possibly we even need more maintenance than some of the older stuff from the WPA days.
Yes, sir. Actually, it's a little bit less intensive.
Thank you.
Mr.
And
Harris?
they're going to train us, our staff, with it
Oh,
also.
okay. Good idea.
Larry, excellent job, thank you. The one big elephant in the room I don't see is Kid Zone. Having been a part of the group that built that and knowing that it has reached the end of its life expectancy, I wonder if we have plans for that.
And we do, sir.
Yes, sir. As I'm sure you guys are aware of, the Kids On Unit is under the M-Books. So we would have to contact M-Books and sit down with those guys and try to present you guys with that plan. We won't be able to do that on our own.
Mr. Warren?
Can we go to the money again? Council, I don't know where we get the money, and that's somebody else's job, like maybe the mayor.
But no, what we need to do when we decide, when we're through talking and asking questions, whichever one of these pick, and I would pick the one on the left, we need to direct them to bring back a budget resolution for this and access CIP, propel CIP park funds, okay? Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think this is a fantastic idea. I do commend you guys also for getting on it and bringing us some numbers. That's always really an important step. I do want to echo about maintenance, and you know, we have had a terrible time with maintenance. At some point, and I don't know how to really fix it, except that you set aside a portion of money that's actually going to be used for maintenance. I'm sure as it gets older, you have to have more maintenance to that. But I think that maybe that needs to be something maybe that you kind of can work in there so that
Yes,
there
sir.
is a budget that's actually set aside on the front end for us to maybe set up some type of maintenance program, maintenance plan, so that indeed we're not in a quandary. You know that someone set fire to that slide at Elmer Thompson. I think was that slide like $60,000 or something like that to replace. But money set aside so that we don't have to look for money on the back end when something happens and be reactive, but we're being more proactive in our maintenance program. I don't know if you can kind of throw something together, maybe what you think might work, where
Yes,
that
sir.
might be good.
Program budget guidance was one of the main topics all three of us and a few other people on the staff discussed for Parks and Rec. So we will bring it back to you, sir.
Well, I thought you were inviting the councilman to train.
Well, you could. I would also like to add, if I could.
Ms. Johnson.
I want to say I really like the list on the right side, number 7. I see showing up twice. But my question is this. George M. Lee Park, when you're doing these, are you guys replacing the signs to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So 2 questions. How long will it be before, this kind of happens? Because the sign in George M. Lee Park is actually, it says George N. as in Nancy Lee. So just want to know if that can be replaced before then, or is this part of the package?
We initially put it in as part of the package, but we can push it to the front. The completion of each park set takes about 4 to 6 weeks, and we have about 5 to 8 weeks of lead time. So the signage was one of those things we were going to move in when we went in and redid everything. We was going to redo the signage, but we can push it forward, ma'am, and do it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Before you came, I did ask for that to be replaced, so that would be great. Thank you.
I'm sure it's in the budget somewhere. I just got to pull it out. Yeah.
Thank you.
So what I'd like to see is a motion to direct the staff to bring back a budget resolution for $1.525,350 at the next council meeting and get this project going, and further to bring back more plans and increments of $1 million so we understand what we're looking at parks wide. I hesitate to put a time limit on you on that. I want to rush you, but you got this before we ever directed you to do it.
Yes, sir.
So you could probably have it tomorrow, right?
I could do it. I could do it, sir. I could do it.
I so move on that.
Yeah, okay, we have that motion is made. I think everybody understands it. Mr. Warren seconded it. Discussion or debate?
By tomorrow.
Please vote.
Yes, sir.
Motion carries 8-0. Okay, now we're at staff reports. Number 23, provide City Council with an update on FY 2022 and FY 2023 audit process. Joe Don.
Now can you hear me? There we go. All right, I want to kind of talk about two different audits right now, but they both are interconnected. We have finished finalizing the information we needed to send to Finley and Cook, who is our pension fund auditor. They are preparing the financials and everything to go to our actuarial so that that audit report can be prepared so it can then be incorporated into the city's the citywide audit. That is underway. I have not been able to get in touch with Chuck Dean, our actuarial, yet to see where he is at on that process. But that's one of those third-party vendors we're relying on for information. As far as our other funds and our big citywide audit, all of our funds are tentatively reconciled except for the general fund. We're having some AP issues that we're trying to sort through and get straightened out, but we're working through those. We've got a few accrual entries that are still outstanding for our AR, our utility billing, workers' comp, bad debt, general accounts receivable, and then we need to address some utility billing write-offs for bad debts, and then we'll just rerun our AR report. And that's kind of where we're at now. It's a lot of detail. Doesn't really give you the information that you're probably you're wanting to know, and that is quite simply, I believe we're on track to get our audit completed in short order and have it back here for you to approve in the next couple of months.
All right, thank you, Joe Dunn. You know what? Here we are at the end of the meeting, and I forgot to pull number 8 so we could talk about Elmer Thomas Park Aquatics. So all I know to tell you and the citizens are look at the pictures. Oh my gosh, it's exciting. And we already passed it. Now, if I could have a motion to go into executive session. Have a motion to go into executive session and a second. Please call the roll.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson.
Test, test.
Okay, we're back from executive session. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Have a motion from Mr. Gill to return, second from Harris. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Here.
Hampton. Weiger. Johnson. Warren.
Executive session item number 24, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss a pending claim action for breach of contract in relation to ad valorem Phase IA Contract EN 1707P1A, 24th and 40th Street by the City of Lawton against Alfred F. Spinoza, doing business as A&E Construction. We had conversation, executive session. It's my understanding we have a motion.
Mayor, Council, for this contract, I move to waive the city's claim for liquidated damages and further move to direct the staff to provide a comparison of what other cities charge for liquidated damages.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please vote. And the motion carries 7-1. You figure out how to do that? Okay, we're going to have to call the roll then.
I'm sorry, I will figure that out.
Okay.
Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Weiger. Johnson. Warren. Hankins.
Okay, motion carries 7-1. Item number 25, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma titled Kent Jackson as personal representative of the estate of Israel Williams versus City of Lawton et al., case number CIV 23284G. Conversation did occur. It's my understanding we have a motion.
Move to approve a second amended contract for professional services with Collins, Zorn, and Wagner PLLC for this case, adding the following paragraph to Section 3 of the current agreement, said new paragraph stating, in addition to the amounts to be paid under paragraph 1, 2, and 4 of this section, CZW is subject to prior written approval from the city attorney, permitted to retain professionals to review evidence and, if requested, provide reports and potentially serve as expert witnesses. City shall reimburse CZW for this expense.
Is there a second? We do have a second. Are we voting? Let's try voting. Motion carries 8-0, bringing up item 26. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending claim from Department of Housing and Urban Development regarding the blocked home activities, number 2315, 2317, letter dated October 25, 2023. The conversation did occur, and it's my understanding we have a motion.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I make a motion to authorize the city to respond to the Department of Housing and Urban Development's letter of October 25th, 2023, and to authorize the payment of $162,546 to the Department of Housing and Urban Development from the council contingency account within 60 days.
Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
There's a motions and seconds. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Johnson. Warren.